Evening all. How are we all doing? Yes, the usual crew indeed. Nice to see the same faces over and over. Happy Hump Day. And yes, we will try and get the shuttles flyable tonight. I need to work out how to get custom collisions working, because generally speaking, a collision mesh will kind of wrap around an object. So if you've got something like a donut, it wouldn't have a hole in the middle. So we need to make custom collisions so that we can get inside the shuttle. So we shall give that a whirl. And then see if we can fly about, which will be good. But to begin with, as always, look at what I have been doing. So we should now be able to do the full refueling loop if you're acting as the captain. So we'll just give that a quick whirl now. The last two bits I have to do is one is identifying a gas giant outside of the current system that you're in, if there isn't one, and getting the captain NPC to do it autonomously. But at least the former part should now be working. As always, the in-editor loading takes forever. Hello, hello. Let's just sort that out. Make sure the reactor's actually online. Yeah, great. So right now our tanks have drained slightly. So what we want to do with us being the captain, first of all, we need to ask the sensors person to find a gas giant. So if the current system requires a scan, they will go ahead and do a scan of the system. Obviously we need to do that before we know whether there's gas giants there or not. So they'll do that. The Sol system still doesn't have its data, so obviously we're doing that every time at Sol at the moment. Okay, so the NPC has successfully found a gas giant, which is great. So they've already left that targeted, so what we need to do is then just get the helm to navigate to their target, which they will do. So far as captain we haven't actually had to touch anything, which is good. Thank you, Timmy. Surely Flappy Door is far more descriptive. Right, there we are. We should be close enough. So now all we need to do is ask this NPC to open the refill valves, which they will dutifully do. And then we should start refueling. Obviously, once we've got the whole volumetric gas giant thing done, then you won't be doing it from this kind of distance. You'll literally be skimming the surface of the gas giant to gather the gases. But for now, we'll just have them doing it from orbit. One thing the NPC doesn't do right now is they won't automatically close the valves when the tanks are full, and I think that's probably something we should do just to make sure that they're properly closing that loop off. Okay, tanks are full, so we can close the valves. And there we go. We have done the full refueling loop without having to touch anything. So that's all done. As I say, the only other thing they can't do yet is if we're not currently in a star system, then obviously they need to target a star system and see whether or not there's a gas giant there. And then obviously, if there isn't a gas giant in that star system, which is highly unlikely because practically every star system has at least one gas giant, then at that point they need to check the next system, but also remember that they've checked the one that they checked. So we just need to build that into it. And then we need to get the captain NPC to actually do the job of refueling the ship. So our ship-wide order to refuel the ship, that needs to start bringing in the skills that we've made for the individual NPCs, for the valves, for the sensors. We shouldn't need to touch the helm because they can already do everything they need to do. But we're practically there, and from what I can see, it all seems to be working. Yeah, right now there's no consequence to leaving the valves open. I think just having the tanks drain out of the valves is probably the easiest consequence to add to that. Velvet, once we have a working shuttle that you can get in and drive about, then technically we can have any vehicle at all. It's just getting that initial behaviour sorted. They wouldn't, Delta, because once you put a captain in the chair, that captain's going to command the ship as they see fit. Now, the only time that you could override that behaviour is if you had an admiral level command, which overrides what the captain's doing. So we'd need basically another layer of command structure above captain for you being an admiral and saying, I want you to fly the ship to this location, and then the captain will then fly the ship to that location and stopping for fuel along the way. But yeah, we'd have to do that on an admiral layer. Otherwise the captain is just going to get on with the day job of exploring and looking for Earthlikes and such. Right, so we need to change our test level. Okay, so as I understand it with Unreal, there is a specific file name requirement for things, for custom collisions. So if we, no, we didn't want to do that. If we remove the collisions, so we've got our test collisions there set up. Now apparently, because this doesn't actually work, you need to name it specifically as this. So we'll give that a try. So I've just made a very simple collision mesh, literally just for testing purposes. The trick to it is every collision mesh has to be a convex hull. There can be no concavity in the mesh at all. Now, hopefully, using multiple convex meshes, i.e. cubes, within the same group will count as convex and not concaved, because obviously if you count them as a solid object, then all of a sudden we have concavity, which you don't want. But we'll give that a whirl. Right, so we want to save this as UCX shuttle test. Let's call it 00. Don't know how case sensitive that's going to be. Right, and let's just import that separately. I don't think there's anything specific we need to change on here. Okay, so can we use it? That's the question. It's not looking hopeful, but let's try it. We'll know it worked because the shuttles will bounce off of one another. No. That didn't work. Not sure whether it needs its own collision mesh. Obviously, that's not helpful to us because we need to get inside it, but just for testing. Hey, Zocbox. See whether that does it or not. See, I'm thinking that's fallen back to the box collision. If we just do this a minute. Right, so no collision. Okay. Yeah, it's it's not populating the mesh there, which is why it's done a fallback to the box. Don't think it needed that. I've never actually done this before, so I'm literally flying blind. It might actually be a moot point though, because if we're using individual meshes within the actor, we can probably use their collisions anyway, but let's just give that another try. Now it's defaulting to box again, which we don't want. Okay, so instead then, let's remove all collisions from this. And then on here, we'll add a couple of static meshes just to see whether or not it actually uses those collisions or not. Because ultimately each bit of the shuttle is going to be its own actor. So obviously that floor panel needs to have health values. It needs to be able to be removable. The wall panels need to be removable. So there's a lot of individual moving parts that can get damaged, change their state, be removable in some cases. Things like the engine components need to be like separate actors. So if we can get all of those to have their own collisions anyway, then it's not quite so much of an issue. This is all very rough and ready for now. Again, just for testing purposes. I know for a pawn class, you can only have the one collision mesh. I don't think that applies for actors, but it might, but we'll see. So those cubes should have their own cube collision anyway, so simple collision, yeah, it's got a simple collision cube around it, so technically they should collide with one another. Move one up and we'll see what that does. Oh, actually, probably need to set the collision profile on these meshes. Okay, so object type should be Starship, and they should block our test channel and our Starship channel. In fact, let's make them that one. If we also block player pawn, right, so do they bump into one another? That's the question. Yes, they do. Okay, that's a good start. Obviously they won't collide with the floor, and that's normal. So the next question is, will they collide with the player? Yes. Great, so we can bump them around. Right, so we move that down there. Yeah, the floor collision isn't set to the right channel, at least not for this particular scenario. What we can do is... Now actually, because of the way we're going to do the shuttles, they need to behave slightly differently to those main vessels there. The physics sim of these is acting in its own environment, whereas the shuttles are going to be teleporting between contexts. So it's kind of a complicated arrangement. But they can actually, for now, they can actually block all. Which means we should be able to hop into the thing. Off on a journey. So I need to put basically a physics cube in here, which gives it gravity direction. So if the shuttle turns upside down, obviously you're not going to fall out the back of it. But we are causing movement by virtue of the fact that we're in the shuttle. Okay, so the next thing we need to do then is give it some rough and ready sides. This is literally just for testing. Okay, and then we'll do a little one for the ramp. Oops, no. It always gets me that delete and duplicate are next to each other. So what this means in real terms is that each piece of the shuttle can actually have its own separate collision mesh, which means we can be a lot more precise with our collisions, which is good. Should be enough to get us into it. And then we want all of that lot to be invisible. I think I'll stick a scene component in there actually and wrap them all around it. They're in the right place still. Yeah. Okay, so even though they're invisible, they'll still have the collision response. And then we need a chair. Stick it there. Oh, yeah, there it is. I was like, where is it? And it's like tiny. That's better. Okay. This might not work because the chair actor is technically a pawn, but we'll see whether it works attached. So we should be able to walk in, which is good, and hopefully we can sit. Okay, yeah, to stop it from spinning, of course. Right, so a moment of truth. Can we fly? Kinda. I think the issue there is the chair is teleporting itself back because those chairs have protection in place to stop them from moving. So we need to just sort that out. I don't think we've got a separate flag for that. Yeah, if we give it full movement, hopefully that will stop it from trying to go back to where it was. Might need to turn off collisions on it, but we'll try it. So we're going to have to turn off collisions on the chair, lock it in place, because it's the chair is running physics calculations, which we don't want it to do. We want the chair to be stuck in place, because that's what's going to happen otherwise. We're going to slide about all over the place and ultimately fall out the shuttle. I guess the easiest way of doing this would be to make a whole new class of chair specifically for this purpose. I'm just wondering how much we can bodge it. Not easily is the answer. Yes, comms will be coming at some point reasonably soon. I want to do sublight and get that working roughly at the same time as comms, but probably get that done first, and then follow up with the comms console. The YouTube player is broken on the demo, but it's working on the dev build. The the demo version relies on a third party and an API limit that the third party has. Essentially, I just used a plugin that I found on the Unreal Marketplace for it, and unbeknownst to me when I got the plugin, the guy that made the plugin had it connected to their own personal API, which they're not paying for. I think they were using like a free service, so of course it ran out of API tokens almost immediately. But the new one on the dev build, I've got my own one with my own API tokens, so we have control over it. But obviously we haven't put the dev build out yet, so once that's done, that's a solved problem. Oh, it didn't like that. Yeah, so I think a new class of chair is definitely going to be needed for this. But that's fine. We'll duplicate the existing chair class and just strip out everything that we don't need for the shuttle. Obviously, at some point, we're going to need an NPC pilot for shuttles, which means that's going to be a layer of complication. But for now, we'll just have player pilots in shuttles. Yeah, Sajay is quite the trek. And obviously with refueling in the loop as well, that slows it down even more because you've got to stop to refuel on the way. Let's start that fresh. Ooh, a wild Claire has appeared. Hello.
Hello, people. I'm bringing down cakes.
Ooh, cakes.
Cakes. And cookies.
Oh, thank you. Someone's been to Greg's. Ah.
Bye. I'll sit down now and say hello.
Okie dokie. I think I've got a cup of tea and some cookies in my future. That one. Hey, Miner. Right, let's try that again. That's the one we were using. So the only difference about the helm chair specifically is that it enables and disables the helm controls. Obviously we don't need any of the NPC stuff, so we can get rid of that. So yeah, if we just grab that and that. Okay, create a child of that. Need to hook these up to possessed and unpossessed, just so we can enable and disable the helm controls. And on begin play, we just need to grab that. To be honest, though, we shouldn't. Yeah, we shouldn't actually need that. I don't think we need to pass anything from here, so that should be enough. Oh, hang on, where are we getting that reference from? Current controller, I think. That one. Yeah, there we go. Right, that solves that. And then on the master, we need to strip out a bunch of stuff that we don't want. So yeah, pretty much all of that, all of that. I'm just going to remove everything that we don't specifically need for the shuttle. We'll keep some of the menu stuff, because when we put UIs in there, we'll need to interact with those. We don't need the NPC stuff, but I'll leave it there for a minute. Okay, and then we'll just work out what we're doing on tick. It's just nameplate stuff, so that's fine. That can stay as is. Yeah. Basically, we don't want the chair to collide with the shuttle in any way, but we do need it to collide with the player's line traces. Yeah, we kind of want the player locked in place when they sit. Okay, that's just NPC stuff, so we can ignore that. We can ignore that. We can ignore that. Right, so we get rid of that. We're never going to use that. Okay, and all that can go. All that can go. Oh yeah, that's all our fall off the ship check, which we don't need anymore, so all that can go. Okay, so we want child actor version of that. And I guess we attach them together. Yeah, one last thing actually to check, just to make sure that all these bits here are set up correctly. Okay. Still getting an issue with that struct. All you have to do is compile and save and it's fine, but if I restart the engine, it loses reference to this struct again for some reason, and I've yet to figure out why. Something weird's going on with that. Oops. Okay, yeah, so the chair is still running physics, which we don't want it to do, because that causes us to fall out, which we don't want to happen. And then bad things happen. We've turned into a helicopter. So somewhere, simulate physics must be flagging on, because that shouldn't be happening, basically. Again, this might be because technically the chair is a pawn, so we're inheriting it, and we then need that pawn to be like stuck to the shuttle, which it's not doing. It will do, yeah. Well, the capsule does, so we can actually turn off everything except pawn collisions. Oh, and yeah, we want it to block interaction traces. And visibility, actually, because some of the traces come in on that. So upon sitting, it's doing something. So when we possess the chair, what are we doing? That's all just widget stuff. Yeah, nothing there is doing anything untoward. So we've got gravity disabled on the chair as well, so it shouldn't fly through the ground like that. Now, it might be something to do with the mesh that's on there, but none of this should be doing anything, because it's all part of the other pawn, which wouldn't have collisions generally. Yeah, it's just those traces. Let's just try that again a sec. It's interesting that we're no longer colliding with the capsule. I mean, the chair is definitely there. Yeah, it's just shooting us through the floor, so that's no good. Does the chair fall out if we fly it from here? It seems reasonably stuck in there. Okay, so it's only when we sit in it then. Until then, it's exactly doing what we want it to do. I wonder why. I was going to try and land this then and get in it, but it's easier said than done. No, it's all gone wrong. I wonder what's blocking that trace. Yeah, so that's working. And then showing I'm in the chair. Yeah, so the whole chair is just falling at that point. Okay. Now this might be... Oh, it might be something the player controller's doing actually. Hang on, let's check that out, because it might not be something the chair's doing at all. Player controller, where are you? Okay, so all we're doing is we're firing possess and then sorting out our view target for the camera. Just setting a reference to it. Yeah, that's just the usual possession stuff there. Nothing interesting in this particular scenario. Okay, so it's not the player controller doing it. It must be something on the chair itself. there's anything set up here. Okay, so I think what we're going to do then is we will make an entirely separate chair that is not a pawn, so that we can fly the shuttle properly. But then we'll have to attach the player character to it without unpossessing the character. Which will be more of a challenge. But I think the reason we had the chairs as pawns in the first place is so that you can drive them around and kind of spin them and all that sort of thing, which we don't need for a static chair on the shuttle. So really we don't need the bulk of the behavior that's happening here. So it would be better to get rid. Right, so if we let's remove the chairs from here a minute. I'll keep it where it is so we can model around it, but we'll export this without chairs in, and then we'll make some chairs. Hey Danger Bass. Yeah, so what we're doing is we are trying to make the shuttle actually flyable from the player's perspective, so that you can get in it and fly it around as a vehicle. But we were having some issues with the chair because the current chairs that we're using for the game in general don't like being attached to a moving object. For some reason they keep enabling physics when we don't want them to, and it's probably because it's a pawn. So let's just be done with that entirely. So this is going to require building this from scratch. So let's start off with our chairs. Right, so just a blank actor, and we'll just call it shuttle chair. Okay, so I'm going to require a static mesh. That's going to be our chair mesh. Chair meshy, no chair mesh. Okay, one chair, and then on the shuttle itself we need to get rid of that. Pop that in its place. Okay, and then obviously right now that's not going to do anything. Collision wise on that particular actor, of course you would do it on this actor. So we want it to block visibility and interaction traces and the player pawn. And I guess physics objects as well. So that's the only thing we want it to collide with. And then obviously physics wise, we don't want any physics enabled. So yeah, simulate physics is off, which means it's not going to do anything with gravity anyway. Okay, and then we'll re-import our mesh. Without any chairs in it. Okay. We will give the shuttle its own unique chair design. But for now, we'll borrow these because waste not, want not, and all. Okay, so we'll use those ones for now. We could also do with bringing in the windows and everything, obviously because they're a separate mesh. So if we add those. Remember what I called it? No, that. Okay. Okay, just gets the windows sorted. Much nicer. Why is the inside not transparent? So what we need to do now is we need to make it so that when we interact with the chair and ask to sit down, basically, then we need to hide the player pawn, basically drag that along with the shuttle, only with a fake version of the player character sat in the chair. We'll leave that bit for now. We'll just get the actual movement side done. But we want our camera to be stuck to the chair head position. So I guess we want to, I guess ideally attach the player pawn to that. Yeah, then have that drag it around. Let's just try that a minute. Do I have a chessboard here? Because I can steal a bunch of code off of that. There's basically an interaction trace that we fire through. Yeah, because we have our little buttons. Just need to work out where that's coming from now. Although I don't think this is the right one because it's not building the chess set. Yeah. Ah, that's the one we wanted. Right, yes, the one that generates all the chess pieces. Just need to make sure that the interaction trace is coming in the same way as it does with everything else. Maybe, yeah. This particular shuttle's effort is literally a troop transport or a crew transport. It's not a science shuttle. It's a bus in space. Okay, so basically what I'm doing with this is I'm treating the little button as a UI button for the purposes of passing through the button click, which isn't necessarily the ideal way of doing it, but it'll do for now, which means we need to implement that on here, not that one, on there. Because that gives us our button click there. So basically when we fire our faux button press, and we'll just have that like when you look at the chair, which means we also need our interaction trace as well. So we need API interaction. So we have so we can use the radial display menu and stuff. We also need to report back what it is we're looking at. Yeah, which would be that. We need that. Yeah, so we need to make the chair highlight when you hover over it, and give it a name. So this would be just chair will do for now. Press F options. And then in here we will add the code to make the chair highlight when we mouse over it. We may as well borrow the code from this one. Fine. So I'll just pop that in there. Oh, we'll need to make that. Because of the way we manage highlighting the option, we basically fire a retriggerable delay for unhighlighting the object. So when you look away from it, the delay will fire and it will remove the highlights, rather than having to specifically track that we're not looking at it anymore. Just makes it a little bit easier. But we do need to copy that, basically. Stick that on there somewhere. Yeah, so basically after 0.15 of a second, we turn off the highlight. But this will be firing at like 60 times per second whilst we're looking at the object. And as soon as the line trace stops hitting the object, then that gets a chance to actually remove the highlights. But it does mean we're going to have to add custom depth. And I can't remember what channel we were using. Two. Okay. Just leave it at 2, turn it off. Just see whether that works a minute. Oh. Bye. Something was colliding with something else there, I think. Turn off all collisions a minute. See, it's interesting because obviously oh, hang on a minute. Is it? Hang on, it might actually be the glass and not the chairs that's doing that. Yeah, that'll be it. Turn collision off on those a minute. Right. Okay. It was the glass. save that as a static, even though it's not static. Okay. So it's letting us walk over them, which it shouldn't do. We also need to add a trace channel. So when we do our interaction tick, we're looking for a particular type of object. Yeah, so we're looking for a tag. In this instance, we'll do it as chair. So if we're looking at a chair, then we will obviously fire all the highlight stuff and get the hint text. So let's just make sure that we set that. So add chair as our tag. So I'm assuming that the trace is not firing. It's also not blocking the player pawn. Okay. Why not? Okay, we set this as dynamic. So we shouldn't block any of this. And we will turn on chair. So query and physics are enabled. Yeah, still no collisions there. So the static meshes we added, they're obviously working because we're kind of bashing into them, but not the child actors. And I'm wondering whether or not we need to build those maybe into the shuttle actor itself rather than making them child actors. Because we can do child component tracing specifically. I'm wondering whether it's because they're a child actor, it's not using the collision from that. And So what are we specifically grabbing? Yeah, so we're grabbing the component from the actor. Let's just make sure that those have the tag. Yeah, they do. Alright, as an experiment then, let's get rid of that chair. And we'll add just a chair. Okay, so this is just another static mesh attached to this object. And then collision-wise, it's going to need simple collisions because the actor is movable. So if we do auto convex on there, see if we can make it as close as possible. Good enough for now. Right, so again we want custom collisions. Collision enabled query in physics. We want it to block those, that, and that, potentially that one. Let's just see whether or not the chair blocks the player or not. It does. Oh, interesting, they both are now. Oh, could that have been the issue? Huh. It's because it was using complex collisions on a movable actor. I think that was ultimately what was going on with it. So they are now both blocking. Interesting. So it's still not picking up the line trace. Okay, I'll see if I can get it to grab that one. Actually, I better check that it still flies first. That's interesting. It's the addition of the chairs has definitely changed like the mass, because it's a lot more sluggish like to control. I think what we'll have to do is fine-tune the mass figure ourselves. Interesting. Okay. So if we give that a tag of chair. Obviously that one's already tagged as chair because it's a child actor. Then if we're doing that from, just thinking, actually that's as a test. Let's just pop that over there a minute, and I'm going to change the child actor class to one of the props. So we say prop watermelon. I don't think it's going to let us set the seed values, but doesn't matter. Don't need that for this. Right, so what I want to test is will the child actor object grab the line trace from the camera when acting as a child actor? Yes, it will. Is the question? Is the answer to that? Great, which means the chair should as well, if that does. And it's also usable as well. That should just sit quite happily in the chair. Or not. So if we turn that upside down, it should fall out. There we go. Don't know why that was so amusing. Right, so if you are working, what are we missing? So we should have the same interaction with the highlights. And we're implementing the interaction blueprint interface. I don't think we'd be using that, no. Okay, and tag wise, yeah, we're tagging it as prop. So what's our collisions looking like? Yeah, pretty much what we had for the chair. Yep, it's all pretty much the same. And I'm assuming The mesh is still set up with channel 2 on a custom channel. Yeah, custom stencil 2. Right then, so on our player character then, let's add a debug on there so we can see what it's actually hitting, because obviously it's either not hitting the chair or the chair is not replying back with what it's supposed to reply back with. Okay. Yeah, well, it's definitely hitting it. It's not hitting the geometry of the shuttle itself, which is normal because we've only done those little test boxes around it, so that's fine. But importantly, it is hitting the chair. Right, so let's just see whether or not this is actually getting to the chair. To make our life easier, let's just move this over here. So we have to keep running over to it. Okay, yeah, so the blueprint interface is obviously not firing. Okay. So we're definitely getting a hit. So we're grabbing our components and we're checking to see whether or not it has got one of these tags. So let's see. This should just spam the word chair over and over. And the watermelon should spam the word prop over and over. Yeah, so watermelon's saying prop, and that's saying none. Oh, so that one's saying chair. So that's good, but that one's saying none. Right, so is that because we're tagging the mesh of the actor? That'll be exactly what it is. Right, now we're getting somewhere. Right, prop, 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 and chair. Right, and we're getting our trace as well. So you can see the chair is now highlighting when we look at it because it's picking up that trace. So the next thing to do, oh, and it's doing it's doing this in the middle as well. So we've got our press F for options, the chair, the highlights, and that's working as a child object of the shuttle itself. So that's great. So the next thing to do now is when we fire F at it, it needs to reply back with the radial menu details. So if we steal the radial menu stuff from the chairs, which is basically all of this. So we'll grab all of that, and then on there, obviously right now there's nothing, so we need to replace that with something. So get rid of that, replace it with that. Guess we can ignore the NPC stuff for a minute. We definitely want to sit down, so we want to, we want to track whether it's occupied or not. May as well do that. And color palette wise, we know that it's only ever going to be that one, so we can get rid of that for a minute. So all that stuff only really relates to NPCs, so we can ignore that and just go with that. And while we're specifying that, we may as well use that here as well. Need to flag that anymore. Line that up to there. Okay, and then we can get rid of the debug on here as well, because we know that's working now. Don't think I had anything else. No. Okay. And we can get rid of our test watermelon. Oh yeah, we need to turn off that line trace. Okay, so F's not doing anything, so we need to make sure that we trigger that action when we look at it. So we've definitely added the response stuff for the radial menu. So it should always be false. Yeah, so it should bring up a radial menu that has sit down as the only option. And then when we fire that, then that's when we'll basically attach the player pawn to the chair, turn off gravity and all that sort of stuff, and you should then be able to fly the shuttle from the perspective of the chair. Okay, so right, so why is the radial stuff not grabbing? Right, let's turn off debug on there a minute. Okay, so when we press F, if we are looking at a chair, so we get our chair data. So occupied is false, NPC is false, context action should be true. Yeah, so that's just firing the sit. I think that's probably what's happening actually. It's firing the sit condition. Although not if we're holding down E. Yeah, so if context action is true, so we're getting radial menu data from that, and I'm assuming it's this get owner which is tripping us up, because the owner is going to be the shuttle itself, which means what we added on there needs to be on here. So we're going to have to add our interface here. So that's going to have to be interaction interface. And then get radial menu data is going to have to come from here instead. So if we grab that, pop it on there, that should allow us to delete that one. Okay, I shall create that variable, that variable. Let's see whether that gets it now. Right, more debug. I guess first and foremost, yeah, so we should be doing the context action there. So let's make sure we are actually doing that. So at least we know that we are definitely firing that. Okay, and then that should be generating menu. here. So it's going to be here. So we need to make sure that what we're looking at is what we think we're looking at. Yes, there will be wormholes, and we should be adding those relatively soon. Okay, yeah, so we're definitely trying to fire context action. So where is that dying then? Okay, so that's firing. So we know we're getting this far. Yes, the shuttle will have lighting. I guess that's going to fail because we're not actually doing anything with that. So let's just see what it thinks the owner is, because that will kind of tell us where it's trying to get the data from. Okay, so it is trying to get it from the actual child actor, which is what we want. We don't want it to go from the shuttle. Right, so that means we need to implement that get chair data. So occupied is going to be no. Is helm is actually true. Might as well set these while we're here. Nothing else here really is particularly useful, but that will drive what happens here. So occupied should be false and active NPC should be false. Which means we should be down here. Let's call that false false. Interesting. So that's not firing anything, which means it thinks something is different. So we're definitely passing occupied as false and active NPC as false. So that should... Oh, and that's... The penny has dropped. We're casting to pawn, and of course this isn't a pawn, so of course that's not going to work. So that cast will be failing over and over. Okay, so we're going to have to do some checking here. Is that... Yeah, that's specifically a pawn. Doesn't need to be a pawn. It could... Oh, unless we're using that for possessing. Yeah, we're going to use that for possession, so that needs to stay as a pawn. So we need to branch this where if if it's not a pawn, I guess, and I guess we can do that from cast failed. Then we can skip all that anyway. And maybe go straight to there. Because we don't need to worry about any of this. Because we're already redoing that there. Like so. Now obviously it's not going to do anything because we haven't hooked that up to anything yet. But we do have the option to sit. Okay. So now what we need to do is have that actually fire an action. So let's just pop that in there, put that back there. So I'll have to handle this properly at some point. But for now, if we're not looking at our standard chair pawn, then we'll just take our failure event from there and generate the menu anyway, based on the thing we're looking at not being a pawn. So that should do all the usual stuff, and yeah, there's nothing special there. Right, and then when we do sit down, and that will come from here, so we will be firing probably sit down, yeah, chair sit. Right, which is going to come through as our default action, which is basically going to fire that. So I think again, we'll do the same check that we do, where is it? Here. Whereby if that successfully casts to pawn, great, then we know it's a pawn. If it isn't, then we need to do something else on that particular object. So, what's the best way of doing that? If we treat this as our button press, so if we get current controller, UNOS button press client. Except that's not going to work because, although it might. Because if this is a direct reference, that might work actually. Assuming that's referencing the right world object, then that will come through and fire this. So let's see if it does. We shall simply call that Huzzah. Yeah, it worked. Good. Right, and that's also server authoritative as well, so that helps. Okay, so we've got to this point. So this is coming through authoritatively from the server because we're passing it through player controller. So this is where we now need to attach the player pawn to the chair. So if we get world location, just working out the best way of doing this. We might be able to skip this if we're doing it from the pawn itself, because see, the issue with doing it from here is because this has come through from the radial menu, this won't be server authoritative, so you won't be able to do stuff on the pawn like move it around or change its collisions or anything. So I think what we'll do, can we access, yeah we can. So right, I got a plan. I don't usually like castings to stuff, but we will in this instance for the sake of brevity. Yeah, and then we'll make a new event on here. Find a gap, any gap. Custom. Oh, I can't type today. We should call it lock to helm. And then we'll need another one for unlock from helm, because we're going to have to be able to get up again, obviously. Actually, no. If we make it a function instead. Reason being is because I need to pass it data. So lock to helm. Actually, I won't pass a transform because control rotation is going to be different from that anyway. Yeah, I'll just make that a vector for now. And if I just set that up as a boolean, then we can do unlock from there as well. Okay, so we want to set actor location. So that should, at the very least, transform us to there. And we also want, I suppose, our actor that we're attaching to. So we want to attach to actor. so this should attach the pawn to that, and then we'll immediately, after we've attached, we'll move the character to the position of the chair. Let's just try that a minute. And we also want to enable helm controls as well. So if we get current controller and then enable helm controls, obviously when we unattach we'll do the opposite of this and use that as our boolean, but let's just see whether this works. So in actual fact, where are we? So rather than doing that at all, oh no, we do need to do that because we need to grab, or do we? No, we not. Ignore me. Hang on, I think I know what I'm going with this. So if we do lock to helm from here, then the attach actor is actually just that, isn't it? And then get world location. To be honest, I could do that within that function, but I'll stick it there for now. Right, let's see whether that actually works. It might not because of authority. Okay, no. Okay, we're stuck to it, so that's good. Can we fly? Sort of. Okay, so we are in control of the shuttle. We're also being dragged about. Okay, so we need to make sure that we kill collisions and stuff. So right, let's pop that in here a minute. We don't need that. That's a waste of space. So actually before we attach, we need to set collision enabled. So no collision on the capsule. Set gravity. So turn off gravity, then turn off collision, then attach. That should stick us to the mesh, hopefully. Okay, so interestingly, we're moving up. Oh, no, we're not. moving the opposite way to the shuttle. Okay, that's weird. I'm wondering, actually, whether or not we just attach the camera to the chair rather than the pawn itself. It's weird that it's like, actually, let's just try that again a minute. So if I go left, I seem to be moving independently of the shuttle, which is weird. And I think the shuttle is stuck in place. All right. Okay, so we'll do the same thing there, but we won't attach. We will enable helm controls though. We just won't do that bit. But we need to maybe move our camera. So if we do attach component to components, our first person spring arm. I'll just use the camera. We want that the other way around. Or we use this. So if we take the location of the chair and add, say, a meter to it, just as a rough guess. And I guess we also want to get forward vector get actually that will do. So we do set location and rotation. Pop that in there. Pop that in there. Right, see whether the camera will stay attached. No. And the character is properly disabled, so that's good. The question is, will the shuttle fly? No, it will not. Interesting. What if... Oh, hang on, did I skip? I think I skipped that bit. Yeah, that won't have helped. Okay, so the character is weirdly not messing up. It's not rotating with the shuttle. We'd ideally want the camera to be rotating with it, but we're at least in the right place. Yeah, it's handling lateral rotation all right, so we should be able to fly this now. Yep, it's definitely controllable. Just need to sort out the camera locking now. And the weird mass offset. Okay. What if we stick a camera on the chair? Because that could be one way of fixing it. So let's say the person's head's about there. Let's call it chair camera so we don't get ourselves all mixed up. so I'm going to see whether we can set our view target to this camera specifically. It might not let us because it's not part of our actor, but let's try. Because then we don't need to worry about this attachment stuff then. So if we cast to shuttle chair, and then we get chair camera, and we get current controller, and then we set view target with blend. Set. What's that after? Okay, can we just give it that then? Ooh. Oh, of course I didn't do the other bit we need to do, which is to enable that. Right, so that's not needed. That is needed. Get in there. So I can see that we're trying to do stuff. I'm not seeing... Oh no, we are moving. There we go. I think we're just stuck in the ground. Okay. Needs to be a little bit more responsive because it's quite weighty and sluggish, and I think that's just a consequence of the mass increasing with the chairs weirdly, but it's definitely flyable. Okay, let's see if we can fix that mass a minute and maybe move that camera forward a bit. Obviously the next thing we need to do is make the camera rotate with mouse movement, because we're going to have to make all the line traces and things for the UI chains to the camera rather than the player character. So the player character is essentially stuck to the shuttle. So we'd need like external cameras on the shuttle and all that stuff as well. Okay, so on here, so we need to make sure we override the mass. Set that to 0 for the chair. Yeah, and imagine all these cubes that we've added. They would have added a bunch of mass as well. So turn the mass off on those. it's calculating it as 7,500. So let's stick it at 5. That's basically based on the mesh bounds. See whether that makes it more nippy. It's a bit better. Still a bit slow. Yeah, Claire's never not watching. Right, let's try and lowering that mass a bit more. We'll obviously tune all these values once we're done with it. That's a bit better. Yeah, it's much nicer. It's got a much kind of pokier feel to it now. Okay, it's a bit twitchy. This is where I need a HOTAS working. I'll give it a try. The physics mesh is probably on top of that though, so I doubt it will let us. But let's see if I can get over there and see. Oh yeah, this one's blocked off, so that's not going to help. Let's see if I can fly in the ring. Oh, no, that way, that way. There's a lot of buttons to press at once. Yeah. There we go. That required like 6 different buttons all at once. Okay. We have some flyable stuff. What I could do is if I load the Caravella map, Yeah. Because we can actually test it on that. Mouse steering is going to be a difficult one because we've got obviously buttons that you need to access with the mouse. So mouse steering, to be honest, might never even be a thing, which is why we need controller support. Alright, so we can get rid of these guys. Actually, I'll keep that one there, just a scale marker. So if we grab our shuttle, isn't that one? Is that one? Oh yeah, that one. Right. No, it's very much still a work in progress. Is it going to open? Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, for some reason it's stuck us in the middle of Sajay. That's weird.
Initiating long-range survey.
No, it didn't like that at all. That's weird. Why did it stick us in the middle of Sajay? Yeah, but the default location is Earth, so it shouldn't ever start at Sajay. Ah, this is because it's all in the editor.
Initiating long-range survey.
Yeah, alright, let's load the Magellan class instead. Something's obviously up with this one. For a start, we need to turn off default active on that one there. And let's just check out that a minute. Yeah, we're not loading a save file specifically. So we just try that again without the captain loading in. The fact we got flashy potatoes doesn't help either. That suggests that it's trying to be in two places at once. Well, at least we're not at Sajay anymore. Or are we? I think we might be. Yeah, we are. Okay, weird. I shall look into that. For now, we shall load this one. Yeah, well, the Caravella has been working. It's odd that it's trying to stick it inside J, but I don't know. I don't know, actually. I don't know why it would be doing that. I can't think. Oh, yes, I can. I know why it's doing that. It's because of the shuttle. That'll be exactly why. Because the main ship. So what it's doing is it's going to be setting some variables here that we don't want it to set, or at least I think it is. Yeah, that for a start. Yeah, let's do none of that, basically. Although we do need some of that, so yeah, let's get rid of that and that. That can stay. Don't want that. That can stay. That's technically not going to do anything, but it can stay. Yeah, so I think the issue there is we had two shuttles that were both trying to set the location in the galaxy separately. So that's why I think that's why the potatoes were flashing, because everything was fighting to be the primary object. Oh, look, it's that thing again. So yeah, so it keeps doing this fallback struct structure. Like, what is that? Where is it coming from? So we've got the right struct coming in there, and then that one. Yeah, what on earth? But if you just refresh the nodes, then it's fine. Really weird. But that will go back to being a fallback struct, like randomly. It's another thing to fix. That's better. No more flashing potatoes. And we should be at Earth. Yeah, there we go. Right, Earth. Right, if we hot-foot it down to the shuttle bay. They're a weird colour. Why are they that colour? Okay. Yes, so who was asking about the shuttle? Lone Star. Yeah, this is basically our whip model for the shuttle. That's basically what they're going to look like. Obviously they're lacking their sub-D at the moment, and they're lacking any external detailing. But as a general design, hopefully it gives you a feel for where we're going with it. Okay, so this should be us like flying it in here. definitely wants to be nose up. We might have, yeah, a bit of a control overlap problem here. I think it's oh, of course, right. So basically it's trying to control the Caravella at the same time. Right, which is why this is all messing up. Okay. We need to just break that on the Caravella a minute. What's the best way of doing that? So basically we're firing helm inputs, but those same helm inputs are being used on there, and I'm wondering whether we've got the same ones here. Oh, of course, no, we're firing them from our character. Or was it player controller? I can't remember now. One of the two. That was it. So yeah, we're firing the helm inputs through there. Did I add input actions? Oh, I did. I added them on here directly tonight. So yeah, so what we did is we basically fired all of the input actions directly on the actor, which means we don't need that, because all of this stuff is basically speaking to the UI. So we only want those actions there, but we don't want those actions firing on the main ship. So I think for now let's just break that link a minute. I think that's the only place they come in. So I need to separate out the individual controls across individual shuttles, because right now when we get in one shuttle it will automatically also fly the other one too, which is not ideal behavior. So what we do in this one will also affect that one. So we need to make sure we have like independent control mapping per shuttle. Okay, so our controls are the right way around now, so that helps. So we should be able to pull out of here smoothly. Okay. Oh yeah, see the other shuttle's following us because we're controlling that one as well. And we're also controlling the one above the caraveller too, just to make it even more complicated. But yeah, that's much smoother, even though we're controlling multiple shuttles at once. I'm going to have to start passing an ID through, so like each UI passes an ID number through with it, so we can lock it to an individual craft. For some reason it wants to pitch up a bit when I accelerate, so I think that needs looking at as well. I think that was a successful hugging of the donkey. Ish. Yeah, and lateral movement is inducing some weird twisting too. I think we might have got our thrusters slightly out of sync with the center of mass, because it's making it twist when I try and laterally go left. Alright, round the donkey more than hug the donkey. Oh. It's already difficult with the center of mass being where it is. But no, that's working. Yeah, I think the one thing, like, so the roll seems predictable, so that's good. Yeah, and the pitch seems predictable as well. It's not doing anything we don't want it to do. But if we accelerate forwards, we pitch up, which is not ideal. And if we accelerate backwards, we pitch down, which is not ideal. That would suggest that the thruster is not in line with the center of mass. Similarly, if we try and go up, again we're tilting, so something's not right there. Yeah, if we disable a thruster, as you suggest, which ones should we disable? So what have we got here? So let's forward port forward. Let's do right. If we do forward port up, that's the one we can physically see out the window at the moment. If we set that to 0, so that thruster will no longer fire. And then we'll see whether we can even get out the shuttle bay. It'll certainly make it difficult. I need to create some debug teleport locations for this ship so we can zoom around more easily. Okay, so this thruster here is now disabled. So we should be able to go up, but if I try and go down, oh, it didn't disable it. That's just typical. It was forward up, wasn't it? So yes, it was on the pitch control, but it wasn't working. Yeah, so yeah, if I try and pitch up or down, it's like it's inducing rotation now. Ugh. Right, so what I actually did is I disabled it here, but of course that's only referenced on the pitch control. If we were to disable it permanently, we'd need forward port up, and we'd need to disable it on here. Yeah. So if we stick a new variable on here for or not. I was going to say stick a variable on it for broken, and then we can break it across the board, so it doesn't matter what input method we're using. Yeah, so we want, obviously when a thruster is broken, it needs to be broken regardless of what input method you're using, because if it's not working, then it's not working. So we need that to be per thruster, not per input. So just sticking a boolean on there for now for broken would absolutely do that. Probably don't need half of these tabs open right now. Right, can I add a variable? Yes. So broken. So basically, when we fire update thruster, we very simply check to see whether broken is false, like so. If broken is false, then we can set our thrust and our throttle value and all that stuff. So now, rather than changing our throttle value, so it was pitch, wasn't it? So make sure, yeah, that should have been 1, shouldn't it? Yep. Right, so now if we set this to broken, that means it should be broken properly. It's done that thing again. It's, it hasn't flagged this one as a fallback, but that is what it's doing. I think I'm going to have to probably delete that struct and remake it, because it's doing this every single time. It's probably also what's causing the crashes. Oh, no, on a blank level that won't work. Yeah, well, this is part of what we wanted to achieve with it, whereby if a thruster is damaged, then it needs to feel like it's damaged when you're flying the ship. It's obviously like a big part of the model. Okay, so now, so we should be able to thrust up fine, and as soon as we try and thrust back down, we're now struggling because we don't have forward up. See if I can get out. Oops. Booped the other one. Ugh. Okay, yeah, so if I try and pitch up, it's fine. If I pitch down, we start rotating because we're now kind of pitching down with a thruster missing. So we can correct it with the other thrusters. But yeah, it's definitely making it, interestingly, challenging but not impossible to fly. I would have expected losing an RCS thruster to be more difficult than this, but yeah, it's definitely doable. I think it helps that we have our up thrusters and down thrusters angled, so they're not like purely up or purely down. They do have some lateral control as well. See if we can go to that potato. Ooh. Yeah, so it will roll to the right quite happily, but it does not want to roll to the left at all. Ugh. Oh, there's a potato. That one will do. So I won't be able to boop one of these, I wouldn't have thought, because they won't have collisions because they're on the they're not the simulated versions of those actors. Oh no. Yeah, having one thruster out is actually not nice. it works. So that's the main thing. That's what we want it to do. Let's unbreak that. What's next then? I guess the mouse. So, oh, actually, let's very quickly just check that these are indeed on the center of mass, which they are. Very, very odd. I can only assume that it's because I've added additional actors. So the addition of those other actors is adjusting the center of mass. So I'm going to have to go through and make sure that it doesn't matter how many actors we add, they're not contributing towards the center of mass at all. Let's just make them visible a moment, because this one in particular keeps clipping, so let's move that down a bit. There we go. Should stop banging our head on it now. Okay. Right, yeah, so camera. So basically, we need the camera to pick up the input actions from the player controller and from the enhanced input. So obviously we've got the camera versions of these. In fact, if we grab not that one. That one. Right, yeah, so we grab those camera actions there, and we can drive the camera directly from the enhanced input, and then we just need to enable input on begin play. There might actually be a... No, it's not. I was wondering whether there's a separate version of this for the helm, but there isn't. Okay, so we don't want that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that. Or actually, we'll keep this, so we can zoom in and out with the right mouse button, and we'll populate that from our settings, and also that. Okay, where's our camera gone? Oh, there. Right, yeah, hang on. do we want to do this from here or the chair? Let's do it from the chair. Which means we'll need to create these again. There now. Okay, so basically we want to break our rotator. And then we will set world rotation and then make rotator. Which one was this? Camera right. So this is the yaw. So we're never going to have any roll. So we simply get the yaw and we add the value that we're pulling from the mouse. And then the same for the pitch. So we're going to add that. Okay, that should allow us to move the camera. Oh. And then we'll do it again. I think it's time to purge the derived data cache. That usually clears up all these crashes. I'll do that off stream because it takes a while to recompile afterwards. Saved some of it, that's good. Let's make sure we didn't have any bits left over there. No, okay. Right, let's try that again. Get world rotation. Break rotator. Set world rotation. Make rotator. Add the mouse movement. Stick that in there. tidy it up a bit. Okay. Need to get into the habit of doing a save, then a compile, then a save. Okay, and then go back onto our test map for expediency's sake. Oh, and then of course refresh these again. Hello, Distracto Cat. Right. Yeah, so it's not moving the mouse. Okay. Do you want to get involved? I would hazard a guess that it's not happy with enabling input on this, but just to be sure, let's see whether or not it's actually doing anything. Okay, so we're definitely getting the mouse movements on there. Okay, well it thinks it's moving the mouse, but clearly it's not. It's definitely still pitching when we don't want it to though, which is weird. Okay. One problem at a time. If we just literally just plug that in there for a minute. It might have been that other stuff messing it up. Ah, yeah, there we go. Okay. It's because of obviously it's expecting some values from like the zoom and everything, which we're not doing anything with at this precise moment. So we'll just skip that entirely for now. Why didn't the pitch work? Oh, because I'm in Egypt, that's why. There we go. It's inverted, but it's working. Yeah, it's much nicer to see where you're going. I think the camera needs moving up a bit. Oh look, there's me. Hello, me. Probably about right there. And let's just invert that a minute. Right then. That's better. So we could do with adding, oh, we've got some control there. Okay. Just got no roll control. Oh, moving the mouse does actually make it quite a bit harder to see what you're doing. Hang on a minute. Why are we all sideways? Oh yeah, camera's completely lost it. Right, so we need to make sure that the roll always comes from the chair mesh. So yeah, so if we get world rotation from the chair mesh and then we break that rotator, and we make sure that the roll is always equal to the chair, that should stop that from happening. So we're okay now. So if we up, down, we roll it. Yeah, that's not working. Okay, let's do this relative rather than world rotation. I think that's basically the problem here. Yeah, so if we get relative rotation, set relative rotation, because that should keep it relative to the actor then. And we won't worry about that at all. Okay, so still good. And if we roll, Still good. Okay, let's go and do some crazy maneuvers and see whether or not it stays good. I can feel it drifting a little bit. Maybe. No, maybe not actually. It was just me. I think actually that's all right. I haven't fallen out yet, so that's good too. Obviously we'll hide the character mesh. It doesn't have collisions anyway, so that's fine. And then we'll show the character mesh in the chair, whilst that one will just be invisible with no collisions. It must be the chairs that are making it pitch up. That is weird. Yep, I don't think we've lost rotation there at all actually, so that's good. So we can tick that off. Right, so I guess the other thing that's needed, I think these chairs could do with scooting forward a bit, so there's better view out the window. Maybe lift them up a bit too, make them a bit higher, just so we got a better perspective on things. Yeah, and then we'll look at the control panel and see where the best place for that is. So I suppose the next thing we need to do is handle our getting out of the chair logic. Now, one issue is going to be the fact that we don't have any like physics handling in terms of putting the character the right way up in the shuttle. So the character's always going to fall off to one side when the shuttle's not flying flat. And that's going to require basically like a gravity field in the shuttle. Yeah, we'll work on that next. So let's see if we can get out of the chair, because that kind of completes the loop then. So from the perspective of the character, so we haven't depossessed the pawn, so we are actually still in control. So I guess what we want to do is fire that when we jump. So So if we go to our jump action down here, actually that's the opposite of the other one, isn't it? So that one is not lock, and then this one is lock. So if lock is true, we will do the stuff we're doing anyway. If lock is not true, then we need to set view target blend just put the camera back onto the character again, and then we need to disable helm controls and re-enable this stuff. So we'll do collision first, and then we'll turn gravity back on. Right, so that's basically if you try jumping when you're in the chair. So we're in the chair, and I think the character actually did move, because I saw the location up here changing when I jumped. It went down through GDEC, so I think what's happened is the character's actually fallen through the floor. But we do seem to still be in control of the shuttle, when technically we shouldn't be. Because that should have disabled the helm controls. Guessing this is going to be an authority problem then. Oh, actually no, because it can do that, can't it? So it should be sending that as a message. Same there as well. Yeah, so the character fell through the floor, and we're still in control. Interesting. Let's see how far this actually gets. I suppose I use that one. That should tell us whether or not those are actually being disabled or enabled. So we're definitely ditching the character down, because we're definitely doing this bit. I'm just wondering whether or not we need to fire this via player controller. Yeah, because I think what's probably happening is that we're doing the jump input on the character, and then we're trying to do stuff which requires authority. Although this is single player, so that shouldn't technically be a problem. So helm control's true. Oh, okay. And it's not firing it again. So it's not actually getting to that point. But it's interesting that this is. How very odd. Oh, Max, thank you. Very much appreciated. As always. So if I stand my character there so we can see it. Right, so there's my character. So when I try and get out, yeah, it goes through the floor. Ah, right. So right, I think actually what's happening is the jump is happening separately from any of this, because that's not firing. So oh, of course, right, okay, because we weren't doing that, that's why. This is checking for ragdoll, which we don't have, so yeah. We sit down and we get up again. Hurrah! Sit down and move the shuttle up a bit. Okay, so we're now on a moving shuttle and we can walk about. Obviously our inputs aren't doing anything to the controls, so that's good. Can we take control again? Yes, we can. Good. So if I start rolling, then the problem you'll see is that obviously the shuttle's rolling and we're not. So what's going to happen is that we're going to get stuck. And the only way to realistically deal with this is by having a gravity field with a gravity direction, which enables the character to stand on any surface. there are plenty of ways of doing that, but it means that the character has to be a flying pawn rather than a normal character pawn, because the character needs to be able to basically be upside down with respect to the world. But we can sit back in the chair, flip it back over again, and end up on the roof. Great. So we should be able to land, hopefully. Although I'm hazard a guess it's going to go through the floor. This is where I like windows that you can see the floor with. Yeah, straight through. Okay, so let's sort out the collisions there then. So this should be on block all. Block all. Right, and our shuttle. They can be on block all as well. Yeah, which they are. Okay. Right, so that should collide with the floor. Let's just fly it from our spare chair a minute. Okay. And that still goes through the floor. Okay, interesting. Yeah, and there's that rotation problem on acceleration. That's interesting. Why is it not colliding with the floor? Do that instead. Keep it as a world dynamic because it's moving. Okay, still going through the floor. I think what's happening there is it's colliding with itself. It's going to be an awkward one. If we make it a physics body and make it so it can't collide with the physics body, then it should stop colliding with itself. Yeah, it should collide with other stuff though. So why isn't it? It should collide with the chair and that. No, it does collide with that. Okay. Eating a pumpkin. Right, what's weird about the floor then? Alright, half collided. That was weird. Oh, the chairs are colliding with the floor, but the shuttle isn't. Huh. What? Hang on, let's see whether it's both chairs. No, just the right-hand chair, I think. So, world dynamic. Okay. Or like a dog squeaky toy noise. I wonder if it's because I got these on a scene component. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that would make a difference, but let's just try it and see. I think it did make a difference. Yeah, it did. Oh, that's interesting to know. Okay. Weird. So because those objects were children of a scene component, then they were losing their collision. Which is weird, because there's nothing on here about collisions. Just have to bear that in mind for the future. I thought that was a nice way of grouping them together, but clearly not. Right, let's go back to these collisions then and actually put them the way we want to put them. So visibility, camera, interaction, world static, world dynamic, pawn. Just those, I think. Yep, and they can be world dynamic. Okay, let's just raise that up a bit so it's not immediately colliding. And boop. Yeah, okay. interesting. Why are we stuck? Oh, I think it was colliding with the character, which it shouldn't do because collision was off. Huh. Oh, I think the character was weighing it down. Okay, my character is really fat apparently. It's weighing the shuttle down. Uh-oh. Yeah, as soon as I get out, it just floats off. So this will be because it's colliding with pawn, but then it has to. But at the same time, as soon as we enter, we're turning off collisions. So what we can actually do... So I'm loath to do this because this produces problems like having your character stuck on the bridge ceiling when you get out of chairs. But what we can actually do is teleport the character off of the shuttle. So set actor location. So we can park our character somewhere. Oh, and have it crash. Yeah, just a generic Unreal problem. Yeah, so we can teleport the player somewhere temporarily and hold them there. And then when you exit the chair, put them back in the shuttle again. But that does, again, open the door to problems. Yes, for some reason tonight it's been really crash happy. It's not normally this bad. I'm assuming it's that struct reference that it keeps losing. It's the only thing that makes sense. So just to satisfy my curiosity, if we teleport the player to there, and I imagine it's going to complain about those widgets again. Of course it is. By then. Yeah, that's oh, is it because it's still in the floor? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So can we move now? That's the question. No, we seem fairly stuck. So if we don't do that, I think something didn't save. To be honest, they only need to collide with the player pawn. Yeah, and then we'll do the same with this one. Okay, we only want it to collide with the player pawn. Yeah, it's not falling to the ground now, so that's a good sign. Yeah, okay, so we're back to the situation where my character is too fat and is weighing the shuttle down. Okay, so let's try that once again. As soon as I stand on it, it just like weighs it down. That's interesting. Perhaps it's... Oh wait, hang on a minute. Why is my character still stuck to it? All we're doing is setting view target. Oh, that'll be what it is. I'll just have one more crack at this, and then I shall call it a night. So we'll do that. Add 50, just so it's not stuck in the floor. Not quite sure which way we're facing, so let's say that plus, no, that plus 300, it was 3 meters away. There I am. Hello, me. Okay, so when we go up, yeah, for some reason the character is stuck to the shuttle. And then when we're not in the shuttle, it's perfectly fine. Okay, well, I shall investigate what's going on there. It was working about half an hour ago, so I don't know what one of those settings has changed something, but for some reason it's taking the gravity of the character, even though the character is set to have no collisions. It's really weird. But I shall get to the bottom of it and fix it. But yeah, so there we go. We have a shuttle you can get in and fly around, kinda. And hopefully, once we've been polishing it a little bit more, it'll be smooth and lovely and nice to fly. But yeah, a bit more work to do yet. Yeah, for some reason the character and the shuttle are kind of like linked together in some weird way. But I shall untangle it and find out what's going on. Alright everyone, have a great rest of the week, and I shall see you on Friday for more of the same. Bye for now.